The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming race, 2-year-old fillies, a $20,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also begins the early pick 5. Super High 5 Jackpot has a carryover, $31,202. Main track is listed fast, turf listed good. In the opener, scratch number 8, Silver Maple. Number 8 is scratch, post time at 8 minutes.
Horses warming up on track to kick off today's 10-race program. Race 1 coming up next, and here's a look at the 5 overdressed for trainer Mike Maker. Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone have teamed up to have a lot of success so far this meet, kind of spilling over from their success over the summer at Kentucky Downs, too. We'll see if they can keep that train rolling here today. And when I look at the 2 favorites that are on track, or the 2 lightly favorites between the 4 and the 5 overdressed, I actually kind of prefer the 5 overdressed in terms of a physical standpoint. And I also like the quick warm-up that Tyler Gaffleone is giving her here today. She showed speed for the first time last time out when they finally stretched her out to a distance of ground. Physically, it looks like she'll benefit from less distance today, but she might be a bit sharper from the gate than what we saw from her first 2 races when she was sprinting. Now, the 6, is a first-time starter, Trumpet Lily. She's a filly that's got good size to her. She's a 2-year-old filly by Carpe Diem. She's a March foal, but she does look fit. She looks pretty powerful behind the saddle, too, and she has good energy on track. I did like what I saw from her. She seems fresh. She was kind of swishing her tail in the post parade. So we will see what she can do. The 6 Trumpet Lily, a first-time starter here. And then the 2 Race Smart. This was a horse that kind of caught my attention in the post parade, just looking at her physical build. She's very compact, and she definitely looks like a traditional sprinter. Now, they stretched her out to a distance of ground over the turf course at Ellis Park. To me, it looks like she's much, much better suited to sprinting on the dirt. She comes back to that surface today where she debuted, and she went against the likes of Girl Daddy, who won the Pocahontas and who has pointing for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. So that was a very tough race. She gets a big class relief from that, but she's bright. She's got a very proud walk on track. So at 15-1, maybe she's a horse that you want to throw into the mix. She's going to have to work out a trip from the rail, but this just seems like a better spot for her, especially at this level. And you can see her warming up on track. Just very proud of herself. 15-1 on the board here, but the betting public can't decide between the 4 Kimura and the 5 Overdressed, as they are both co-favorites at 3-1, as we are 3 minutes out from today's opener.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Kimura out for the lead. Overdressed has early speed as well. Those two right to the front. Blonde on Tap moves up toward the inside. There's Ruby Round here to the far outside, along with Twirling Wildcat as the field heads up the back stretch. Then a break of 2 more lengths back. As they head for the far turn to Trumpet Lily, who's in between horses. Happy Go Bucky on her outside. Katie's Carrot back toward the inside. And Race Smart is last of the 9, running 8 lengths off the lead. Kimura Overdressed, they go at it for the lead. Opening quarter in 23.14 seconds. Kimura has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Overdressed second a length. Ruby Round here is third up on the outside by just a neck. Blonde on Tap is fourth down toward the inside. Gap of 2. Happy Go Bucky is in 5th position to the inside of Twirling Wildcat, who's running 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Kimura Overdressed still side by side for the lead. Ruby Round here, then Blonde on Tap, who's in behind that front trio and looking for some running room and trying to get toward the outside. Overdressed has taken the lead from Kimura. Blonde on Tap is third, now coming after the leader to second. Ruby Round here fourth on the far outside. Overdressed has the lead 3/4 of a length. Blonde on Tap is still trying to get there past the 16th pole. Overdressed short lead. Blonde on Tap is right there but second. Down to the wire. Overdressed wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Blonde on Tap across the line second. Happy Go Bucky rallied up for third around Ruby Round here, and Kimura was 5th.
It's a new day, but another winner for Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione, this time for 3 Diamonds Farm. Overdressed on the cutback and distance. Sharp today at 5-2.
And this horse was pressing the number 4 Kimura the entire way, so definitely had the advantage in terms of the post position, but still was pretty game in the late stages of the race, holding off the likes of the 1 Blonde on Tap, who wanted to get by her but just couldn't today.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. The 5 Overdressed was first. The 1 Blonde on Tap was second. 10 Happy Go Bucky was third. 7 Ruby Round here was fourth. And 4 Kimura was fifth. 5-1-10, 7-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Overdressed, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Overdressed, a 2-year-old filly by Overanalyze, out of Sizzle Dress by Henry the Navigator, bred in Kentucky by Crowning Point Farm. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 12.47 seconds. Results of the first race official, 5-1, 10-7 for the official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race is upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will also start the early pick 4. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $33,561. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead to the third event, a reminder in race 3, scratch number 9 on your mark. That's in the third race. Scratch the 9 on your mark. Fourth race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Cantrell Hill. Again, scratch part of entry, number 1, Cantrell Hill. Overweight, the 1A, Automate, jockey 1 pound over. The 1A, Automate, jockey is 1 pound over. Jockey change, number 3, Praise Be to God. The jockey change, Aubrey Green, the jockey for number 3, Praise Be to God, Wave the Bug, the weight 120. Also blinkers as regular equipment for number 3, Praise Be to God, both in that last start and again today. And looking ahead to the fifth event, scratch the 2, Brandco Maria. Again, scratch the 2, Brandco Maria.
Race number 2, 21 minutes away, and this race does start the early pick form. We're going to get a chance to see something that you rarely see in this day and age. A horse making his 89th career start. That is the number 2 horse, Laddie Boy. He's 9 years old, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale all the way back in 2012. He was purchased for $60,000 that day. He's run, as mentioned, 88 times, 15 victories, 21 seconds, 13 thirds, amassed over $550,000, and boy, does he look good at the age of 9 and comes off of some strong runs. He comes back quick for trainer Chris Hartman off of a third-place finish at Churchill Downs on the 25th of September, keeps him protected, so not in for a claim here today, as he's been protected in his last 4 starts, and 2 of those have come away. He's come away with victories, 3-5 right now on Laddie Boy, the veteran son of champion 2-year-old Warpass, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Monmouth Park many years back. Obviously, boy, does he look good. Laddie Boy, an easy one to root for, and you've got to trust the form, and getting off the rail, not drawing the rail, is a big plus over Coworker, who is the second choice right now for me and currently sitting at 8-1. He's got a big outside extension blinker. That's something that he has worn before. He was claimed off of Chris Hartman last time out by Jason Barkley, and Hartman had him in that extension blinker in that most recent start. He does step up in class here today and taking on the veteran in Laddie Boy, but you've got to respect his form. You've got to respect Jason Barkley off the claim. 7-1, as mentioned, not a bad price. And then the number 6 horse will round out the top 3 for me. That's Newsbox for David Ryder and Declan Cannon. He's got speed on the outside. This is a step up off of a condition claiming event at Belterra in which he was able to win, but you've got to respect his speed on the outside. This is a pretty good race, and I do think that Laddie Boy deserves this sort of attention right now at 3-5.
I do too. It's going to be fun to watch him race. He's finished in the money 49 times out of his 88 career starts. The old classy 9-year-old. He just gives it his all each and every time. And on top of that, he is the horse to beat in here. Just basing my opinion off of his recent competition. Those races came up pretty tough. The starter optional claiming races at Churchill Downs. So he's a horse that's in good form. He's been versatile. He's won going a distance of ground, shorter distances, dirt, turf, wet, synthetic. He does everything you ask him to do. So very classy boy there in the paddock. The number 2, Laddie Boy, is going to be the top pick. The 7, Woo Pig Sui, is the second selection for me at 9-2 on the board. And this horse comes out of a pretty tough race for the level. It was a starter $8,000 race at Indiana Grand, which I thought he kind of outran his odds that day, just because you look at his past form. His last win was against $5,000 claimers at Ellis Park at that non-winners of 2 lifetime condition, but clearly he's capable of performing at higher levels. So I thought he was a logical horse to maybe throw into the exacta. And then finally, the 1 Coworker will be the third selection here at 6-1. First off, the claim for Jason Barkley, as Scott mentioned, he's wearing that outside extension blinker, something that he's been outfitted with and plenty of times before in the past. So clearly it does work for this 4-year-old, as he is a 4-time winner. I just don't know where his last race came from. He just got through the non-winners of 3 lifetime condition for $5,000. I thought that race came up very easy. And then he came back at 20-1 to face and beat open $8,000 claimers. Was it a fluke? Is this horse just better sprinting? He did have a lot of races going a distance of ground. And now finally, now that the previous connections and Chris Hartman cut him back in distance, it kind of seems like he caught a new wind, or found a new wind, I should say. So maybe he is just better at sprinting, but this is a little bit further than what he's been going. This is 7 furlongs. We'll see if that last race was a fluke or, in fact, he can make it 3 in a row, but this time for new connections, Jason Barkley and James Graham in the irons. So it's going to be 2-7-1 for me in the second, as we are 17 minutes out to kick off this early pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Starter, optional claiming race for a price of $10,000. They'll go 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering here. The main track is listed fast, turf listed good. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $33,000. Post time coming up in 8 minutes.
Okay. There is the old 9-year-old, the number 2 Laddie Boy here, who is your even money favorite, and I think deservedly so. His horse has been so competitive in his career. It's not often that you see a horse perform 88 times in his career, have 15 lifetime victories, and finish in the money 49 of those 88 starts. So he is an old classy man, and you definitely can tell that he knows exactly what his job is today. He seems incredibly professional on track. It seems like he's got really good energy, too. So he is the horse to beat and almost the horse to root for, too. I would love to see this 9-year-old get his 16th lifetime victory and his 89th career start. The other horse in here that I thought made a really nice appearance on the track was the 6 News Box. And this is a horse that could be forwardly placed. And he also seems to be in pretty good form as of late. This is a horse who won by 5 last time out. He was a heavy favorite in that event. Sometimes he loses his form when he can't quite step up to that starter allowance competition. So it is a question of class, but I thought that he looked fit, he looked happy, he looked good on the track, and he's offering a pretty nice price at 11-1. So it's really all about the 2 here. Laddie Boy, we'll see if he can get his 16th lifetime victory in just a few moments.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. There's Blue Steel from between horses Laddie Boy to the inside. These two come forward in the opening strides. Newsbox is there on the far outside, and Ransack is away running in fourth. Blue Steel, the leader. Blue Steel to the front, gets over next to the rail, leads it by only a neck. Newsbox second, a length and a half. Ransack third ahead outside of Laddie Boy. Then a break of 3 to Woo Pig Suey, who's fifth. Break of 5 more back of that one then to Flash Attack. And Co-Worker, who's last. Opening quarter went in 22.93 seconds. Blue Steel is the leader. Blue Steel by a half length to the far turn. Newsbox is second, a length and a half. Laddie Boy, Ransack up on the outside of that one. Gap of 2 more back to Woo Pig Suey. 5 more back of that one to Flash Attack. Co-Worker at the back. They're on the far turn now. And Blue Steel still leads Newsbox by a neck. Those two continue to go at it. Laddie Boy looks for room to the inside. Got Ransack right there to the outside. Gap of 2 more to Woo Pig Suey. 2 back of that one. Co-Worker has to angle wide. 6 lengths off the lead. And Flash Attack back toward the rail. They turn for home. Newsbox and Blue Steel go at it. Ransack is in third off the far turn. Co-worker has to swing wide to the outside of Woo Pig Sooie. Those two come down the center of the racetrack. Laddie Boy trying to find running room in tight quarters there in between horses and lost a length or two coming past the 8th pole. In the meantime, Co-worker strides forward, gets a short lead from Deuce Box. And then comes Woo Pig Sooie in third. Laddie Boy has to go back to the rail. Now moves up third. Here comes the wire. Co-worker fighting on outside of Deuce Box, and Co-worker looked to get it by a nose on the line. That will be a photo for the win, either that one or Deuce Box.
Co-worker proves best here as he comes from off the pace down the center of the course. A lot of bumping going on here. Gabby, we'll see if they take a look at this. Maybe he was leaning in, and I'll tell you what, the best horse in this race was the 2. He was extremely unlucky, Laddie Boy.
They're definitely going to look at this coming down the stretch because the 1 appeared to kind of come over and make things tight for both the 5 and then ultimately the 2. Laddie Boy, who had to take up behind horses. Yeah, Scott, it definitely looked like there was some congestion coming down the stretch. So this one is probably going to be looked at.
Most certainly is. They've posted the inquiry on the board, unofficial, here in race number 2.
Photo for the win, hold all tickets. Inquiry sign is posted, hold all tickets. More in a moment. Unofficial result 16274 in Keeneland's second race. There is a steward's inquiry into the stretch run right now on the video boards and monitors. The split screen, the program feed to the left, the steward's view to the right. There are also separate claims of foul here. This, bottom line, this involves all 4 in the unofficial top 4 order of finish. There is a claim of foul, the jockey of the 2, Laddie Boy, against the 6 and the 1, alleging interference from the stretch. Also a claim of foul, the rider of number 7, Woo Pig Sooie, claim of foul against the 6 and the 1, alleging interference in the stretch. So the top 4 in the unofficial result are all involved in the pending objections and steward's inquiry. Hold all tickets. At Keeneland, there have been a pair of disqualifications in today's second race. The stewards have ruled that number 2, Laddie Boy, who finished third, shall be disqualified and placed sixth. And number 6, Newsbox, who finished second, shall be disqualified and then placed sixth behind the 2, Laddie Boy. So there were 2 separate cases of interference. All said and done, no change in terms of the winner, number 1, Co-Worker. Number 1, Co-Worker remains atop the result. The winner unaffected by those rulings. The new numbers are 1, 7, 4, 5, 2. 1, 7, 4, 5, 2, following a double disqualification behind the winner in today's second race. In the winner's circle for Keeneland second, the 1, Co-Worker, owned by Perry Gilpin, trained by Jason Barkley, James Graham, the jockey. Golden Sense, the sire. Co-Worker, a 4-year-old gelding by Golden Sense out of Cookie Girl by Purge. Bred in Kentucky by Meg and Mike Buckley and Tim Thornton. 7 furlongs, 124.66. Again, recapping, number 2, Laddie Boy, who originally finished third, was disqualified and placed sixth. That was due to interference against the 5, Ransack, in that stretch run. And then the separate issue was number 6, Newsbox, who originally was second, was disqualified and placed sixth for interference against the 2, Laddie Boy. All sorts out to a 17452 with the new numbers for today's second race, and that result is now official, 17452. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. That is now $34,942. The main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good here at Keeneland this afternoon. In the third race, scratch the 9 on your mark. Number 9 on your mark is scratched. Looking ahead to the fourth event, a reminder, in the fourth race, scratch part of entry number 1, Cantrell Hill. Part of entry number 1, Cantrell Hill, is scratched. The other part of the entry has an overweight, the 1A Automate, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's the 1A Automate jockey +1. Jockey change for number 3, Praise Be to God. Number 3, the jockey will be Aubrey Green. Wave the Bug, the weight 120. Also blinkers as regular equipment for number 3, Praise Be to God. Wore them last time, wears them again today. Fifth race, scratch the 2, Branco Maria. That's in the fifth race, scratch the 2, Branco Maria. On the video boards, the program feed and steward's view of the stretch run of race 2 at Keeneland this afternoon and the incidents that resulted in the double disqualification.
In Keeneland's second race today, there were 2 disqualifications. There was a steward's inquiry. It was posted involving an incident approaching the 8th pole. In addition, there were 2 rider objections. The rider of number 2, Laddie Boy, Mitchell Murrell, lodged an objection alleging interference by both the riders of second place, number 6, Newsbox, ridden by Declan Cannon, and the unofficial winner, number 1, Coworker, ridden by James Graham. Also alleging interference by both the first and second place horses was 4th place, number 7, Woo Pig Suey, ridden by Rafael Bejarano. After reviewing the race replay and interviewing all the riders affected, there were 2 separate disqualifications. For interfering with number 5, the 2 horse was disqualified and placed behind him. Also, number 6 was disqualified for interference with the 2 and was placed 6th. The official order of finish after 2 disqualifications: 1, 7, 4, 5, 2, 6, 3.
Already riders up here for race number 3, and quickly the number 5 horse, my top play in here. That's Full Authority for Jinx Fires, horse that's taking a drop down in class here today after several solid efforts against Maiden Special Weight Company. Also keep an eye on the 2 horse off of the lengthy layoff. If he's ready, Danny Gargan typically has him ready off of lengthy layoffs. Watch out for Always Misbehaving, who draws the rail in the 2 saddlecloth. And then the 1 and 1A need to be respected here. These first-time starters for Gary and Mary West, Winning Moment, and Well Done West, as we're just 9 minutes away from the 3rd.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 3rd race. Maiden claiming race 3-year-olds and up with a price of $50,000. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering here. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of just over $34,000. Scratch the 9 on your mark. Number 9 on your mark is a scratch. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race 3 coming up next, 6 minutes to post as the horses are getting in their warm-ups prior to this race. And there's the 2, Always Misbehaving, who's getting in a strong warm-up under Tyler Gaffalione. This horse is very athletic looking, and he certainly looks fit off of the layoff here for Danny Gargan. The last time that we saw him was in January of this year when he raced on the turf at Gulfstream Park. So he is taking a pretty significant drop in class. My one concern before I looked at him was whether or not he'd be fit enough. He definitely looks that, but when you look at him in comparison to the rest of the field, he's kind of on the smaller side. So I really wonder if he's going to have a tough time of it with the rail post position. He, of course, with the entry, the presence of the entry, the 2 will break from the 1 hole. So I'll be curious to see what Tyler does with this horse. But like I said, he's athletic, but he is petite. So we'll see if it could be kind of an overwhelming situation for him with that rail draw. Moving along to the 1, Winning Moment. Of course, the 1 and 1A are in this race, both owned by Gary and Mary West. This one, Winning Moment, is trained by Brett Calhoun, making his debut. They paid $270,000 for this horse as a yearling. He's by Street Sense and a half-brother to Calgary Cat, who is a multiple stakes winning sprinter. So there's definitely that precocity and that speed in the bottom side. And I really like how he's warming up on track. You can see his ears are forward. He's really throwing his shoulders out and his front legs out in his warm-ups. Just a very proud demeanor here on track. So of the 2 halves of the entry, I kind of prefer the number 1, Winning Moment here with Gabe Saez in the irons today. But overall, a very nice demeanor and presence on track today. He looks like he's ready to go. And then the 5, Full Authority, does drop in class. He probably, you could argue, is the horse to beat in here. And he's just elegant. You know, some of these horses on the track, they're getting a little bit riled up. They've been waiting in the paddock for quite some time here. And this horse isn't phased at all. Now, it could be because he's done this a time or 2. This is his 9th career start. A couple of horses in here are making their career debut. But he just seems really relaxed and professional today, which is always something that you like to see. And he is dropping in class. Again, his race 2 starts back at Churchill Downs, that maiden special weight race. He had to face the likes of Idol. Idol was a recent maiden special weight winner at Churchill Downs, and he got a 94 Beyer speed figure for that victory. So when you look at the maiden special weight races that the field has faced, I would say he's probably getting the biggest class relief because he's faced some pretty tough horses in those maiden special weight races at Churchill Downs. We'll see what he can do. He's on the board right now at 5-1 as the betting public does land on the 2, Always Misbehaving, but he will have to work out a trip from that rail draw today. We are 3 minutes out from the 3rd. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. They're off. There goes War Detonator from the far outside for the early lead. Always misbehaving. Kicks in toward the rail. Major Wager is up close as well toward the outside. Here comes Winning Moment moving forward through a crowd. Full Authority moves up now to third. Winning Moment to fourth on the outside. And then comes Motown Music. Major Wager dropped back a spot on the outside of that one. Now tries to rally back up within 4 lengths of the lead. Break of 3 to Lou Trek inside of Well Done West, and a gap of 8 lengths more back of that pair. Legendary Hero last. 22.75 seconds for the opening quarter. War Detonator is the leader around the far turn by a length and a half. Full Authority second ahead, always misbehaving. Third to the inside, break of 3 to Major Wager in fourth, a half length. Winning Moment in fifth. Well Done West is sixth. Motown Music seventh. Lou Trek and Legendary Hero at the back. They turn for home. Here's Full Authority coming after War Detonator, trying to draw alongside the leader. War Detonator has the lead and neck. Full Authority right alongside past the eighth pole. A break of 6 more. Back to Well Done West, who goes to third. Always misbehaving is fourth. Full Authority puts ahead in front of the final furlong. War Detonator is second. 5 more lengths back to Well Done West. Full Authority. Gerardo Corrales kicking on for the wire. Full Authority to win it. War Detonator was second. Well Done West across the line third. Motown Music in fourth, and Lou Trek up for fifth.
Full Authority with authority here over the 8-horse who was game down on the inside, but once Gerardo Corrales and this son of Summer Front got past him, it was game over.
Yeah, I loved how this horse was presenting himself prior to the race today, Scott. A couple of horses were really getting themselves worked up, and he was just so professional. It's crazy that he showed that much speed today. And if you liked him, I thought 7-2 was a very, very fair price.
Well done to Jinx Fires. Full Authority with the win.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: the 5 Full Authority first, 8 War Detonator second, 1A Well Done West was third, 4 Motown Music fourth, and 3 Lautrec was fifth. 5-8 1A 4-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Full Authority, owned by Brindley Enterprises, LLC, of Jim Thompson, trained by Jenks Fires, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Full Authority, a 3-year-old son of Summer Front, out of Striking Flight by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by Eureka Thoroughbred Farm. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.06. Third race, results official, 5-8 1A 4-3, the official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $36,780. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good. Again, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. In the fourth race, scratch part of entry number 1, Cantrell Hill. Again, scratch part of entry number 1, Cantrell Hill. A reminder, the overweight for 1A, Automate 1 pound over. That's the 1A, Automate the jockey 1 pound over. Also at jockey change, Praise Be to God number 3. The jockey is Aubrey Green. Aubrey Green rides the 3, Wave the Bug, weight 120. Also blinkers as regular equipment for number 3, Praise Be to God. Blinkers last time and again today. Looking ahead to the fifth race, scratch the 2, Branco Maria. That's in the fifth race, scratch the 2, Branco Maria. And checking the sixth event, a reminder, the turf is listed good. The rail is down today. Scratch the 3, Sea Garden. Scratch the 4, Zoology. Scratch the 9, Rearrange. Also scratch 14, Take Charge Row, 15, Demora, and 16, Tis Penny. Again, that's in the sixth race. Scratch 3, Sea Garden. Scratch 4, Zoology. Scratch 9, Rearrange. Also scratch 14, Take Charge Row, 15, Demora, and 16, Tis Penny. Please note, number 13, Star Command, draws into the race. The jockey will be Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides 13. Medication, the 17 receives Lasix.
19 minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland on this Saturday card. These are $20,000 claimers. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track, which remains fast. The rain has let up a bit as it did pick up over the last hour, but never really has gotten beyond light rain, to be honest with you, so far this afternoon. We'll see if that doesn't change at some point here during this card. But the number 2 horse, Riverboat Gambler, is my top selection for Tom Drury Jr. and Bruce Lunsford. He draws the rail here today, and he's a horse that won from the rail when he broke his maiden at Churchill Downs back in September of last year. They tried him in some tough allowance races. They dropped him last time out. He showed improvement, dropping in for 20. He gets that second opportunity for 20 here today. I think that a similar type of run and being down on the inside is going to be a plus, especially with the speed that he has. 9-1, a very nice price on Riverboat Gambler. The 8 is my second choice in here, going to the outside part of this field for race 4, Super Soul for Chris Hartman. A awesome, again, 5-year-old, lightly raced. This will only be his 9th start. He ran against some very tough horses in his last few, especially that third at Ellis Park when Landeskog was ultra impressive in that 2 other than allowance race. So a massive bit of class relief for Super Soul here today as he drops in for 20,000. Has had some fast half-mile workouts at Churchill Downs recently. And then the 1A, the part of the entry that remains as the 1 is a scratch, Automate from Maggie Moss and Tom Amos. Another class dropper. Gabby cuts back in distance, should be coming on late as he makes his Keeneland debut.
You and I saw this race very similarly, and that also includes not including the favorite at 9-5, which is the number 7 horse, Favola, first off the claim for trainer Danny Gargan. I opt for the 8, Super Soul, for trainer Chris Hartman because of many of the reasons that Scott mentioned, especially that race at Ellis Park, 2 starts back in that allowance race. Not only did he go against Landeskog in that race, who has back class. Unfortunately, he did not perform well over Preakness weekend, but still, it's a stakes caliber type of horse. But also Rubus, who finished 2nd in that race. He would come back to win a 2 other than allowance, getting a 91 Beyer speed figure for that next out victory. So, and obviously those were the top 2 finishers in there. Super Saul finished 3rd. So I just thought that was a very strong performance for him. Obviously, his last race wasn't ideal, so now they drop in class to 20,000. And I just think out of all the horses who have competed against, claiming competition or allowance competition, this horse has faced the toughest competition in his last couple of races. So I give him the slight class edge. The 1A Automate does drop in class. He faced allowance optional claiming competition last time out and didn't really pick up his feet that day, so that was kind of perplexing. But his race 2 back against $25,000 competition, I thought, put him equal with this field. That was a really nice race. That was actually his best race ever on form. He got an 85 Beyer for that victory. So maybe that race just took a little bit out of him, especially against tougher competition last time out. I think he's going to sit the right trip, stalking from off of the pace today. And then the 2 Riverboat Gambler, I do think 7 furlongs is a good distance for him. I know he made a little bit of a move and then faded to finish 2nd last time out, but I think he could probably be better suited if he takes back and maybe makes 1 move into the pace. So we'll see what kind of approach they take today. But I just thought maybe he made a little bit of an early move and then flattened out at 7 furlongs. If he is a bit more patient, makes that 1 move into the pace, maybe we could see a different type of effort and result today, as he is on the board at 8-1, but your betting favorite right now is the 7 Favola, first off the claim for trainer Danny Gargan at 2-1. We're 15 minutes out from the 4th.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Race 4, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of just over $36,000. A reminder, scratch part of entry, number 1 Cantrell Hill. That's part of entry, number 1 Cantrell Hill scratched. The other part of the entry has an overweight. The 1A Automate, the jockey is 1 pound over. And a change of jockey for Praise Be to God, number 3. The jockey is Aubrey Green. Wave the Bug, the weight 120 pounds. Blinkers as regular equipment for number 3, Praise Be to God. Blinkers last time and again today. Post time at 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. They are at the post. They're off. Awkward beginning there for Victory at Vicksburg, who drops out to the back of the pack. Super Sol, Blacktop Legend have early speed. A host of pursuers, though. Riverboat Gambler to the inside. Favola toward the outside, joining Blacktop Legend in third. Hopcat is fourth. New Eagle is fifth down toward the inside. Super Sol backs off into sixth, placed toward the far outside up the back stretch. Automate seventh between horses. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Victory at Vicksburg, who is eighth, and 4 more back of that one then to Praise Be to God, who is last as the field makes the move into the far turn. Back up front. And it is Riverboat Gambler to the inside. Favola starts to draw alongside. Blacktop Legend is third, a length and a half off that front pair. New Eagle is fourth. Hopcat is in fifth. Super Sol is sixth around the turn and angling wide, 5 lengths from the front. Here's Favola to put ahead in front. Riverboat Gambler tries to respond in second. Super Sol has to angle to the center of the track from third outside of Blacktop Legend in fourth. Hopcat is in fifth. Super Sol down the far outside to challenge Favola for the lead. Favola to the inside. Super Sol moving by to the outside, though. Riverboat Gambler is in third, backing up down toward the rail. Hopcat to fourth. Blacktop Legend is in fifth. Deep stretch. Super Sol kicks on. And then comes Hopcat in second. Riverboat Gambler rallies back up the inside to third. But at the line, Super Sol wins it. Super Sol for Mitchell Merle. Hopcat got second. Riverboat Gambler came back to salvage third. Automate fourth.
Super Sol drawing away here in the stretch for Chris Hartman and teed off stable. Mitchell Merle with the ride. A pretty easy win in the end for this slightly raced 5-year-old son of Awesome Again.
Yeah, he was clearly much the best here as he had to go and take a very wide trip coming around the final turn, but that didn't seem to matter. He was clear in the end, 6-8, 6-2 unofficially here for the fourth.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: 8, Super Sol first, 6, Hopcat was second, 2, Riverboat Gambler third, 1A Automate was fourth, and 7, Favola was fifth. 862 1A 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Super Sol, owned by Teed Off Stable LLC of John Wilkins, trained by Chris Hartman, jockey Mitchell Merle. Super Sol, 5-year-old horse by Awesome Again, out of Kiss the Lady by Quiet American, bred in Kentucky by Town and Country Horse Farms LLC. Fourth race, results official, 862 1A 7, official. Keeneland's fourth. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Pick 6 begins here, no carryover for the pick 6. There will be a carryover, however, for the Super High 5 jackpot of $39,066. A reminder, scratch the 2 Branco Maria in this fifth race. Scratch the 2 Branco Maria. Looking ahead to the sixth event, turf is listed good, rail is down. In race 6, scratch 3 Sea Garden, scratch 4 Zoology, scratch 9 Rearrange, Also scratch the 14, Take Charge Row, the 15, Demora, and the 16, 'Tis Penny. Again, scratch 3, Sea Garden, 4, Zoology. Also scratch 9, Rearrange. Scratch 14, Take Charge Row, 15, Demora, and 16, 'Tis Penny. A reminder, number 13, Star Command, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides 13. Medication for the 7, Dean Ree, receives Lasix. Number 7, Dean Ree, receives Lasix. 7th race, scratch the 6, Spitz. Scratch the 12, Equal Pay. Also scratch 13 through 16. Again, scratch 6, Spitz. Scratch 12, Equal Pay. And scratch 13 through 16. Race number 8, the 63rd running of the Hagyard Fayette, Grade 2 Stakes. Scratch number 8, Tax. Number 8, Tax. Scratched. Jockey change for the 2, Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. Flavian Pratt, the jockey for the 2, Captivating Moon. 9th race, the featured 37th running of the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Scratch 3, Antoinette. And scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Jockey change for the 6, Hindi Woods, Declan Carroll. 6, Hindi Woods, Declan Carroll. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry 1A, Derby Model. That's it, the 10th and final race, scratch part of entry 1A, Derby Model. Fast track, turf listed good.
Race number 5, 17 minutes to post, and this certainly is one of the, if not the most anticipated undercard race of this Grade 1 afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse because of the presence of this colt, Nashville, who absolutely destroyed a field at Saratoga in his first race. He won by 11 lengths. They went fast. He went fast, and he finished up fast. That was over a sloppy track, which certainly will lend itself to faster times. But the way that he did it, he was geared down, winning by 11 lengths. He's a Keeneland September sales graduate from 2018, owned by Windstar Farm and China Horse Club. They purchased this Speightstown colt for $460,000, and he looks like he's worth every penny. He's had a workout here at Keeneland, 3 furlongs just 5 days ago. Watch out for Nashville, a horse that is on the rise as far as stardom is concerned in the game of thoroughbred horse racing. He is currently 1-5, and don't expect that to change all that much here in the next 16 minutes. Cowboy Diplomacy is my second choice, getting back to sprinting, building off of that most recent race against a good group of sprinters at Churchill Downs last time out. He is an older horse, obviously taking on a year younger group, including Nashville, currently sitting at 5-1 is this entry, with Cowboy Diplomacy being the one that I like the best of these two in here in this 6 furlong sprint. The other being the Big S for Ray Handel. He's got a horse. He's a horse that could show a bit of life as well. That last race was not bad. So these two horses at 5-1, good alternatives as the second choice in this spot if you feel like taking on the beast that is Nashville. And then finally, So Union for Brian Lynch. It's been 7 months since we've seen him. Is this a comeback race or just a jumping off point to get to route races? We'll find out. His sprint debut was okay, and he ran into a really nice 2-year-old at the time. In Dennis's moment, you've got to look at his workouts and respect them. That 59-3 move was quick, just back on the 29th of September. We'll see where he's at. He's had some tough fields that he's faced off against. New York Traffic, Gouverneur Morris. That's So Union, the 3, my third selection here in race 5.
Scott, I'm going to pick up where you left off with the number 3, So Union. He is the top pick for me. And yes, you're right. This could just be a starting off point for this horse, as he did prove that he could go a distance of ground when he was racing earlier this year. I just think he has some serious class. He was very effective against top 3-year-olds at that time, like Gouverneur Morris, who went on to be competitive in the Arkansas Derby, and New York Traffic, who was competitive in some of those Derby prep races and even running in the Kentucky Derby. So, yeah, I think this horse has class. It's just a question of what do you make of the 7 Nashville and how good is he really? He was certainly very good in his debut, and he was pretty much the talk of the town, as this horse did go off at 30 cents to the dollar. He's a son of Speightstown, but he's out of the mizzen-masked mare and comes from the family that produced Giacomo. So that's just kind of a look at some of the female line and just how successful that female family actually has been. So you take that into consideration with just this horse's physical build, and there's no surprise that he was purchased for $460,000. So Nashville, he looks like the goods. I haven't been able to get a really good look at him, and as he has been in the indoor saddling stall here, getting the saddle on from trainer Steve Asmussen. So hopefully get a closer look in just a minute. And then finally, the number 8 Spin Rate comes off the layoff here for trainer Ron Moquette. I went back and looked at that last race, and it was a fast pace and it was falling apart, but this horse was just barreling down the stretch. So maybe it was a little bit of an optical illusion, as it was a fast pace that seemingly fell apart. But he does look like a horse that just has some raw talent. So I'll use him in third. But it is all eyes and focus on the number 7, Nashville, as he's going to go off as your heavy favorite in this upcoming race 5 that does kick off that pick 6.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Tower Hill. An allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the main track, which is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6. Carryover, though, for the Super High 5 jackpot of over $39,000. Main track is fast. Turf is good. Scratch the 2, Branco Maria. Number 2, Branco Maria is a scratch. Post time at 7 minutes.
Coming up next is this fifth race here at Keeneland, a very nice allowance race for these 3-year-olds and upward. And we're taking a closer look at the number 7 Nashville for trainer Steve Asmussen, who was so impressive in his debut. He went on to win by over 11 lengths at Saratoga over a sloppy sealed track. And since then, it seems like he's been working very nicely here in Kentucky, especially or his most recent work at Keeneland. Looking at him as a physical, he is an athletic colt. Definitely looks like Speightstown. You see the Speightstown influence on him, just given his strength, his shoulder, everything about him. Such an athletic-looking individual. He's not very tall, but he's just perfectly put together and very athletic. The one thing that I noticed about him, I was watching him closely in the paddock after they put the saddle on, and he just seems like a cool customer. He was very professional. It didn't really look like he was fazed by anything, and after they brought him through the tunnel and through the post parade, it just looked like he completely flipped the switch on. And he started to get on his toes, and it was almost like he was telling himself, okay, game on. So I just love his mannerisms on the track, just from knowing how to relax and be a professional in the paddock to knowing when to turn it on the track. So we could see something special, but obviously the biggest question is whether or not that sloppy sealed track enhanced his performance and what he's going to do on this track. The track is listed as fast right now, and we haven't had much rain today, so this is this true test, and this isn't an easy field. Now we're taking a closer look here at the 3-So Union. You can see he's getting some lather on his neck and by his girth as well. This horse is sharp today. Physically, it does look like he can stretch out. It also looks like he might be able to be sharp enough to be competitive in the sprint race. I wouldn't be surprised if Brian Lynch does ultimately decide to stretch him back out in distance. Again, this could be a starting point, but he is very high energy and very sharp today. So I would say that that's a good thing coming off the layoff at the sprint distance, that he's not going to be left behind at 3/4. And then the number 1 Cowboy Diplomacy, talking about another very sharp individual, and he just looks like your typical sprinter. His shoulder, that muscle definition, a big engine behind the saddle too. he could be the biggest threat to the favorite because he is a horse that at least has 2 races underneath of his belt. He's faced kind of a good allowance competition last time out. We'll see Coastal Defense later today in the Fayette. So he's probably the class of the race, I should say, judging by some of his past performances. But he could pose as the biggest threat to the 2-5 favorite in the 7 Nashville. Once again, Nashville, very impressive in his debut at Saratoga. We'll see what's in store as he is your 2-5 favorite.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Tower Hill, start of the Pick 6. At the post and they're off. Nashville quick into stride, comes right out running for the lead. Hoof Prince has early speed as well. Wayno is away running in third. The Big S, fourth up on the outside. Cowboy Diplomacy comes away down toward the inside in the fifth position. So Union sixth in between horses. Maximiliano is seventh. Break of 5 more lengths back to Spin Rate, who is eighth and last into the far turn. Nashville is the leader. Nashville leads it by 4 lengths. Opening quarter in 22.18 seconds. Nashville, the heavy favorite, leads it by 6 around the far turn. And then Wayno up the inside to challenge Hoof Prince for second. The Big S tries to join them far outside. Cowboy Diplomacy is next, but running 15 lengths off the lead. Joined there off the far turn by So Union. Quarter mile to come. Nashville well in front of the field. They are stacked 4 across, contesting second. Hoof Prince in between horses along with the Big S. Wayno back toward the inside. Then So Union and Cowboy Diplomacy. All of this well behind Nashville. Ricardo Santana Jr. just strolling on by the 16th pole goes Nashville. The Keeneland sales grad, much the best here this afternoon. Nashville does it again. Further back, it was So Union across the line in second, followed by the Big S, Cowboy Diplomacy, and Maximiliano.
It was a race against the clock in the end, and he stops it in 109 flat, geared down. Another strong performance from this colt, and I don't know that we've even seen the best of him yet, Gabby Gaudet.
This was absolutely insane today, Scott. He was so fast coming out of the gate, and there was no point in the race that you thought that he was going to lose. This was a spectacular performance with a very, very special horse,
He's
Nashville.
Two for two, and he's won by over 20 combined in those two. Nashville, don't forget that name.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. The 7 Nashville finished first. 3 So Union was second. 1A, the Big S, was third. 1 Cowboy Diplomacy was fourth. And 6 Maximiliano finished in fifth. Both parts of the entry finishing in the top 4, so it will be unofficially a 7-3-1 trifecta, 7-3-1-6 on the superfecta, 7-3-1-6-5 unofficially for the Super High 5. Number 5, Hoof Prince, finishing in 6th, but that will account for the final part of that Super High 5, still unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Tower Hill 7 Nashville, owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, owned also by CHC Incorporated of Teo Aking. Steve Asmussen trains, and Ricardo Santana Jr. rides the winner, Nashville. Nashville, a 3-year-old son of Speightstown out of Veronique by Mizzenmast, bred in Kentucky by Brafini Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 9.1 seconds. Fifth race, results official. 731A165 official for Keeneland's fifth race. Reminder, the Superfecta 7316, the Super High 5 73165, now official. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. We move on to race 6, double pick 3, late pick 5 wagering. So the late pick 5 about to get underway. The turf is listed good. The rail's down today. Turf is good. Main track is listed fast. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $41,839. $41,839. In the sixth race, a reminder, scratch 3, Sea Garden, scratch 4, Zoology, scratch 9, Rearrange, also scratch 14, Take Charge Row, 15, Demora, and 16, Tis Penny. 3, Sea Garden, 4, Zoology, 9, Rearrange, 14, Take Charge Row, 15, Demora, 16, Tis Penny are scratched. Remember, 13, Star Command draws into the race. Contrary to the program, though, the jockey is Corey Lannery. Medication for the 7, Dean Ree, receives Lasix for the 7. Seventh race, scratch the 6, Spitz, scratch the 12, Equal Pay, scratch 13 through 16. That's in the seventh race, scratch number 6, Spitz, scratch 12, Equal Pay, scratch 13 through 16. Eighth race, the Hagyard Fayette. A reminder, scratch the 8, Tax. Number 8, Tax is scratched. Jockey for the 2, Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. 2, Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. The featured ninth race, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 3, Antoinette, and 5, Lucky Betty. Jockey for the 6, Hendy Woods, Declan Carroll. 6, Hendy Woods, Declan Carroll. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, 1A Derby Model. That's the 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, 1A Derby Model. Overdressed has taken the lead from Kimura. Blonde on Tap is third. Now coming after the leader to second. Ruby round here fourth on the far outside. Overdressed has the lead 3/4 of a length. Blonde on Tap is still trying to get there past the 16th pole. Overdressed short lead. Blonde on Tap is right there but second. Down to the wire. Overdressed wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Laddie Boy trying to find running room in tight quarters there in between horses and lost a length or two coming past the 8th pole. In the meantime, Co-Worker strides forward, gets a short lead from News Box. And then comes Woo Pig Suey in third. Laddie Boy has to go back to the rail. Now moves up third. Here comes the wire. Co-Worker fighting on outside of News Box, and Co-Worker looked to get it by a nose. Full Authority right alongside past the 8th pole. A break of 6 more. Back to Well Done West, who goes to third. Always Misbehaving is fourth. Full Authority puts ahead in front of the final furlong. War Detonator is second. 5 more lengths back to Well Done West. Full Authority. Gerardo Corrales kicking on for the wire. Full Authority to win it. War Detonator was second. Super Saul moving by to the outside, though. Riverboat Gambler is in third, backing up down toward the rail. Hopcat to fourth. Blacktop Legend is in fifth. Deep stretch. Super Saul kicks on. And then comes Hopcat in second. Riverboat Gambler rallies back up the inside to third. But at the line, Super Saul wins it. Super Saul for Mitchell Merle. Hopcat got second. Well behind Nashville. Ricardo Santana Jr. just strolling on by the 16th pole goes Nashville, the Keeneland sales grad. Much the best here this afternoon. Nashville does it again.
Over 50 veterinarians, 16 board certifications in specialty areas, the Davidson Surgery Center, the McGee Medicine and Fertility Centers, Hagyard Sport Horse Services, Hagyard Field Care Services. That's what the Hagyard Equine Medical Institute brings to the care of your horses.
Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? At Dixiana Farms, we stand by a simple principle: better for the horse. We let them roam free like nature intended, and when ready, we unleash them on the track.
It's in the post, has the lead by a length. It's in the post to win it.
Dixiana Farms, where quality lives.
Race number 6, 14 minutes to post. This race does begin the late pick 5, which includes the 2 featured events on the card, the Hagyard Fayette Stakes, as well as the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. We'll get to those in just a bit, but this is a good way to start it. A good group of maidens on the turf courses where they'll be competing at a mile and a 16th. And my top play is the number 10 horse, Red Light Racer, the first-time starter for E5 Racing, a filly that they purchased here for over $500,000 at the Keeneland September sale of 2018. There's a good look at her. Daughter of Medaglia d'Oro from the stakes-winning First Dam Street Girl. She won the Calder Oaks during her racing career. She's been training up at Saratoga primarily, and this is the theme with the Chad Brown runners. Whether they're training up at Saratoga or Monmouth, they come here, they put in a local workout, and then it's go time. So we'll see if this filly is ready to roll. Chad Brown is always so good when debuting his horses long on the grass, especially. Empress Eleanor is my second choice. She's the favorite right now at 9-5. It's easy to see why she's the favorite. She was 30-1 on debut at Kentucky Downs, and she came from dead last to be beaten just 3/4 of a length and finishing 4th. That was sprinting 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. The added distance undoubtedly should be able to help her out here today, and that's why she sits at 9-5. Brian Hernandez rode her on debut. He gets the call back here today in just 13 minutes. And then Madison Park, the number 12, the filly by Curlin for Larry Best's OXO Equine. This is a filly that he paid quite a bit of money for, and Larry Best, he purchases high-quality bloodstock. That's the bottom line. This filly has had 3 tries on the grass course, a good debut at Santa Anita, going long back in March of this year, just before the pause in racing in Southern California, then came back in May on the dirt, and she's found some life back on turf, especially up at Saratoga. She's a New York bred. She ran against New York breds in her last race, so today she's going to have to overcome that outside draw. We'll see what she's made of, and she's 6-1 right now.
Scott, I went to the 5 Broadway Lady here. I just thought that stretching back out in distance actually should be suitable for her. Last time out, she went 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. She tried to close from off of the pace, but it just seemed like it was just too short for her. And on top of that, she did not get out of the gate as well. Now, 2 starts back when she did go a mile and a 16th on the turf at Ellis Park. It was a pretty quick pace, and she just she did close a little bit into that fast pace. The winner of that race would come back to win an allowance race in September up at Woodbine. So overall, I do think that she's been facing decent competition in some of her turf outings. So I did opt for her here, but the 10 Red Light Racer is definitely a horse that I think you must use within the Pick 5 sequence. Red Light Racer, a first-time starter here coming out of the Chad Brown barn for E5 Racing. $525,000 is what they purchased this horse for at the September sale by Medaglia d'Oro. Out of Street Girl, the mare was 3rd in the Grade 1 Cotillion. So Street Girl, of course, is a Grade 1 placed. And this horse has a pretty lengthy work tab. She certainly seems fit enough to do well here in her debut at a mile and a 16th on the turf. And then finally, the 12-horse Madison Park. You know, she's probably the horse to beat in here. I'm kind of surprised that she's on the board right now at 5-1. She recently finished second against Chocolate Cookie, a horse up at Saratoga that won that maiden special weight against New York breds. But she came back to win an allowance race recently against New York breds again at Belmont on the 4th of October. But overall, I actually thought that was a pretty decent field, and she seemingly kind of woke up from her race 2 starts back to her second or her most recent event. So I think she's kind of a filly that's moving in the right direction right now, and I think she offers a very fair price at 5-1. The betting public's landed on the 11 Empress Eleanor. I did not use her in the top 3 here, but she definitely has a very nice pedigree. She's by Empire Maker, and she comes from the family that produced Half Bridled, who was a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner. She was a very, very nice horse. So Empress Eleanor, she closed from off of it to be defeated just 3/4 of a length at 30-1 in her debut. So a completely different story here today, as she is your current favorite at 2-1. This is race 6 coming up next. We're 10 minutes out, and of course, this does kick off that late pick 5. Good luck if you're playing.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Matahari. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and 16th on the turf listed good. Rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering also started the late pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $41,839. Scratch 3, Sea Garden. Scratch 4, Zoology. Also scratch the 9, Rearrange. Scratch the 14, Take Charge Row. Also scratch 15, Demora, and 16, Tis Penny. A reminder, 13 Star Command draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides the 13. Medication for the 7, Dean Ree receives Lasix. Lasix for the 7. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from the start of the late pick 5. Let's go to the 1. If you're looking for the early speed in this race, I think it comes from this filly. Based on her last few races and really all of her races and the way that she was revved up coming out onto the racetrack, she was ready to go. Expect speed from Shell Shock down on the inside at 25-1. The number 6 horse is a good-looking first-time starter, Tanzerin, for John O'Connor. Ian Wilkes sends this one out. This filly is a German bred. She's by Kinzime Monarch. Looked up his past performances. He actually started off in the U.S. and ultimately ended up in Germany. Had a couple of allowance wins, the son of Rockhard 10, that he is the sire of this German-bred filly. She is a good-looking filly, and she looks like she should be able to handle this route distance based on her looks and obviously pedigree. Din Rai, the number 7 horse, another one that looks well out there, the Caracanti filly. Looks like that's a step up and trip will do her some good as she moves over to the grass. Certainly bred for the grass by that Breeders' Cup mile winner, Caracanti. The number 12 horse, Madison Park, really thought that she looked just super out there when she came out onto the track for the post-parade. Well-defined filly by Curlin. You can see why she was purchased for $420,000, and she looks good in the warm-up here as well. And then finally, the 13 at 6-1 Star Command. She draws in off the eligible. Don't forget that she's running here today for the Phipps Stables. She looks like she's got a big, long stride on her based on her physical build. There she is, big, long filly by Orb, a Phipps homebred. And so getting some attention with that outside draw. We're 4 minutes away from race number 6. Don't forget, this does start the late pick 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Matahari. Start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There's Shell Shock from the inside. Here's Broadway Lady between horses. There goes Dean Reed now striding forward to challenge Shell Shock for the top spot. Here comes Star Command rushing up on the far outside alongside of Shell Shock. That means Dean Reed is going to back away and slide down to the rail in third, flanked by Broadway Lady in the fourth position. Empress Eleanor stays toward the outside in fifth. Red Light Racer scoots over down toward the inside right behind Better with Age, and then further back comes Canola Way, who hugs the rail. Gap of 3 more back to Madison Park next to last, and Tanzerin trails. 22.64, the time for the opening quarter. 22.64 seconds. Shell Shock opens up on a 5-length lead up the backstretch. Star Command is second by a length and a half. Dean Ree is third a half length. There's Broadway Lady alongside that one from fourth, gap of 2. Empress Eleanor outward from the rail in fifth a half length. And then Better with Age, who is sixth down toward the inside. Red Light Racer toward the outside in seventh. Canola Way is eighth. Madison Park is ninth. And Tanzerin is the trailer as they head for the far turn. 46.82 seconds for the opening half mile. Here comes Star Command. That 5-length lead that Shell Shock had, that's gone because Star Command's now the leader ahead up on the outside around the turn. Broadway Lady tries to join them from third, has to go to the far outside, a half length off the top pair. Dean Ree looks for running room down toward the inside. Empress Eleanor is still fifth, still 4 lengths off the lead. Madison Park on her outside. Red Light Racer still far back. Star Command short lead into the stretch. Broadway Ladies alongside, though. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Empress Eleanor. Dean Ree is fourth. Here's Broadway Lady from the outside, wrestling the lead away from Star Command to the final furlong. Empress Eleanor is third, and then Dean Ree and Red Light Racer. Broadway Lady and Adam Beschitza in front. Broadway Lady to win it. Red Light Racer runs on late to grab that second spot from Empress Eleanor, who settled for third.
Broadway Lady getting the victory here in the 6th race, and it's been quite a weekend here for trainer Mark Cassidy and owner Gary Barber. They took the featured race yesterday with Got Stormy, and getting this win here today with the number 5 Broadway Lady and opening up on the field in the late stages. A very impressive performance here today from this filly. Congratulations to the Connections Broadway Lady getting the victory in race 6 to kick off that late Big 5.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race: 5 Broadway Lady was first, 10 Red Light Racer was second, 11 Empress Eleanor was third, 13 Star Command fourth, and 12 Madison Park fifth. 5, 10, 11, 13, 12 unofficial. Results of race 6 official: 5, 10, 11, 13, 12 official for Keeneland's sixth race. Official winner of Keeneland's sixth, the Matahari 5 Broadway Lady, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, Adam Beskitza, the jockey. Broadway Lady, a 3-year-old filly by Constitution, out of Livy McKenzie by Macho Uno, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 43.42 seconds. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Also the start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. The main track is fast, the turf is good. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $43,132. In race 7, scratch the 6 Spitz, scratch the 12 Equal Pay, and also scratch 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 6 Spitz, scratch the 12 Equal Pay, and scratch 13 through 16. Race 8, the Hagyard Fayette. A reminder, scratch number 8 tax. Scratch number 8 tax. Jockey for the 2 Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. 2 Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. Featured ninth race, Grade 1, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Scratch 3, Antoinette, and scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Jockey for the 6, Hindi Woods, Declan Carroll. 6, Hindi Woods, Declan Carroll. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Derby Model. Part of entry, 1A, Derby Model, scratched.
Race number 7, 17 minutes to post. This does start the guaranteed late pick 4, guaranteed at $300,000, presented by TVG. And what a way to start it. We've got a 3-1 favorite right now, the number 9 horse for One Fast Orb for Hugh Bishop and Ben Colebrook, coming off of a disappointing run at Kentucky Downs. Looks to get back to the conventional course here today. Certainly part of the motivation for the backing down to 3-1. I'm going to go to the number 5 horse to start things, Peace Broker. This is a filly by Warfront for Bob Gorski and CJ Thoroughbreds, who is very well related. She is a half-sister to the graded stakes winner Donna Veloce, who was recently seen competing in the Kentucky Oaks. In fact, this filly was entered to run on Derby weekend, but Brett Calhoun scratched her, and by doing so, she got 3 more workouts in and certainly looks fit enough here for this debut. I really do like this filly a lot, based on pedigree, based on looks, and getting that additional work under her belt, scratching out of the race at Churchill to debut here at Keeneland. She's 7-2 right now, the half-sister to Donna Veloce. That's Peace Broker. The second choice is the 2 Delta Traveler, a filly by Twirling Candy, who's a full sister to the stakes winner and first out winner Seaside Candy. So she's got the pedigree to win early. Colby Hernandez for Al Stahl Jr. Al Stahl's numbers are very good with first-time starters, striking at 21% with a 56-cent positive ROI. Watch out for the 2 at a price of 7-1. And then finally, the number 4 horse, Binge Watch for Rudy Brisset, a filly by Into Mischief, who was bet on debut. She got the rail that day. Tough place for any horse to run, especially first-time starters. We talk about it so often, Gabby, but gets off the rail, has that race under her belt. Look for her to take a step forward with Pratt in the saddle.
She's right now at 9-2, the number 4 Binge Watch. I go just to her outside. Again, with the 5 Peace Broker, I just really like this pedigree. She looks like she's been working forwardly for her debut today. A filly by Warfront. Scott mentioned who she's a half-sister to, Donna Veloce, who also was very precocious, so hopefully that spills on to her half-sister. And Peace Broker, the number 5 horse. Now, the 8, Tabor Hall, is a filly that I'll use. She does come out of a performance last time out at Saratoga where she didn't show much. She was kind of in the mid-pack, and then she faded to finish late, but that did come up to be a very tough race. Now, I don't really know how tough this race is compared to that race. I would say it might be a little bit easier, but still, I thought one to maybe consider at a bit of a price at 8-1 here, second time out for trainer Kenny McPeak. And then finally, the 2, Delta Traveler. She's a nice-looking filly here in the paddock. She looks bright, happy. First-time starter for trainer Al Stahl. By Twirling Candy out of Seaside Affair, who is a half to Seaside Candy. Scott mentioned her as well. She won first time out, and she's a stakes winner, so still some win early pedigree in the female family for the 2 Delta Traveler. But a good group of nice-looking 2-year-old fillies here. I thought this was a race that you probably wanted to have some coverage in to kick off the late pick 4. I thought this race was pretty tough, and the last race pretty tough too, to kind of sandwich the pick 4, and then in between will be those featured graded stakes races. So the pick 4 starts now in race 7.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 7th race. The Mount Brilliant maiden special weight 2-year-old filly, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3 and pick 4 wagering starts the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, just over $43,000. Main track is fast turf is listed good. Scratch the 6 Spits, scratch the 12 Equal Pay, and scratch 13 through 16. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from the start of the late pick 4, $300,000 guarantee presented by TVG. There's a look at the 1 Rock's Princess for Rock Racing, a daughter of Ride-On Curlin, trained by William Gowan. William Gowan trained Ride-On Curlin to a very nice racing career. I can remember back to the days of him racing, and he was a horse with a bit of a mean streak in him. Not saying that this filly has that, but she was a little revved up coming out onto the track. I think it's a positive sign when you look at her. She is not a bad-looking filly by any means, and you look at her most recent workout at the Churchill Downs Training Center. She worked 59-2 out of the gate. She's going to need to show gate speed from the inside. I do like the way that she looks, and we'll see how the daughter of Ride-On Curlin for William Cowan does here on debut. Gabby, the 3-horse Easy to Bless for Final Furlong Farm. Maker Gaff Leone. Do you need anything else?
Not really, just considering how good of a weekend they've had, or week, to be honest, leading up to the Saturday program. Scott, she was one of the first fillies that I actually saw walk into the paddock, and I actually thought that this was a race of colts because she is so large. She is so big, strong, and powerful. So I actually think she's going to be pretty quick. I just wonder if she will be able to get 6.5 furlongs because she's so big, but she definitely looks good here for the connections, and she's outfitted with the blinkers on today.
Cocktails on Tap is the number 7. She's 21-1. She's got a big engine on her. She looks like a pure sprinter, the daughter of Tapizar. Not initially one of those that I would look towards when handicapping this race, but looking at her and her physical build, she is a good looker. The chestnut filly by Tapizar, as mentioned, by trained by Jeff Hiles. And then 1 Fast Orb. She's another one, Gabby, that just looks like a pure sprinter, and perhaps that's why they debuted her going 5.5 furlongs on the turf course here at Keeneland. The reason I went away from her was looking back at that race. You remember back on July 10th when Yogurt won? Actually picked Yogurt. Yogurt has done very little since then in 2 races since breaking the maiden. So that's why I was holding it against this filly. Maybe I shouldn't be. I maybe misread this just based on the way that she looks as she gets ready to try dirt for the first time.
I also feel like Orbs have done a bit better maybe on the turf too, so I don't know if she's going to be downgraded on the main track today or if she will improve. But I will say one thing, she is dappled.
You've got 4 minutes to put those tickets together to play the late pick 4, guaranteed at $300,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant. Start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. They are at the post. They're off. One Fast Orb comes out running for the lead, but there's Rock's Princess kicking in down to the inside and now takes over. Delta Traveler moves up from between horses into second. Peace Broker is third. One Fast Orb is now fourth to the far outside. Easy to Bless is running in fifth here early on. Binge Watch is down to the inside, picks up a couple of positions into sixth. Tabor Hall far outside is in seventh. Cocktails on Tap is running in eighth to the far turn. Making Progress ninth. Make a Joyful Noise is last as they move on to the turn after an opening quarter in 22.64 seconds. Rock's Princess, the leader by a neck. Delta Traveler second between horses, 3/4 of a length. One Fast Orb is third, wide around the far turn. Easy to Bless is fourth. Peace Broker between horses, fifth. Tabor Hall, sixth on the outside of that one, 5 from the front. Binge Watch down toward the inside, 7 lengths from the lead. Rock's Princess, the leader, top of the stretch. Delta Traveler still there up on the outside, trying to wrestle the lead away. Can't get to her. Rock's Princess opens up by 3. Easy to Bless goes to second. Tabor Hall is in third. Binge Watch fourth on the far outside. Then Peace Broker fifth toward the rail. Rock's Princess 16th pole. Easy to Bless still trying. Still 3 lengths between them, though. Rock's Princess chased all the way by Easy to Bless. Rock's Princess for the upset for John Court. Easy to Bless home second. And then it was Peace Broker across the line third. Tabor Hall fourth, and Binge Watch was fifth. 1 minute 20.12.
Big congratulations out to Bill Gowan with this daughter of Ride On Curlin, the sire of this filly who he trained during his stakes winning career. What a performance by this filly at 19-1.
And I love how she's coming down the stretch here, Scott. Her ears are forward and absolutely pricked once she finally gets to the finish line. The 3 was closing late, the 3 Easy to Bless, but this filly looked like she had more to give there in the end. So we say an upset winner, but it does look like an easy winner here.
A very nice victory, 19-1 over 14-1 over 4-1, led by Rock's Princess for Rock Racing and Johnny Court.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 1, Rock's Princess was first. 3, Easy to Bless second. 5, Peace Broker third. 8, Tabor Hall fourth. And 4, Binge Watch fifth. 13584 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant unofficial winner, number 1, Rock's Princess, owned by Rock Racing LLC of Dan and Lori Doherty, trained by Bill Gowan. John Court, the jockey. Rock's Princess, a 2-year-old filly by Ride On Curlin, out of Holiday Honey by Harlan's Holiday. The winner bred in Florida by Chris Del Judas. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 20.12 seconds. Race 7, results official, 13584 official for Keeneland's 7th race. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 63rd running of the Hagyard Fayette. Grade 2 stakes at 1 mile and 1/8 over the main track, which is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $48,285. In this 8th race, a reminder, scratch number 8 tax. Number 8 tax is scratched. Jockey for the 2, Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. Flavian Pratt, the rider for the 2, Captivating Moon. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, Grade 1, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Jockey for the 6, Hindy Woods, Declan Carroll. 6, Hindy Woods, Declan Carroll. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Derby Model. Again, scratch part of entry, 1A, Derby Model.
over 50 veterinarians, 16 board certifications in specialty areas, the Davidson Surgery Center, the McGee Medicine and Fertility Centers, Hagyard Sport Horse Services, Hagyard Field Care Services. That's what the Hagyard Equine Medical Institute brings to the care of your horses.
First of two stakes races are on tap here at Keeneland on this Saturday card. We start with the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette Stakes, $200,000 for 3 and up at a mile and an eighth on the still fast main track. Aurelius Maximus, 2-1 right now as the favorite on the outside, 10-1 on the morning line, being bet down off of his 2 consecutive victories for Steve Asmussen since moving over to the Asmussen operation. Winner at Fairgrounds, impressive winner at Churchill, beating a quality group of allowance runners in his most recent start back on Derby Day. He beat Bodie Express, who's a talented horse here at the age of 4. So Aurelius Maximus, look for the upward trend to continue with this colt for Stone Street Stables and Ricardo Santana Jr., colt by Pioneer of the Nile. Coastal Defense is my second choice, 8-1 for Dale Romans, a Keeneland September sales graduate from 2017 that was purchased for $800,000. They've let him develop. They never really rushed the process, and now he's started to come on here in his last 3 races. I think he's another colt like Aurelius Maximus that is just turning the corner and getting good. Watch out for him with Joe Talamo taking the call for Dale Romans and the Albaugh family stables. And then the number 6 horse, who's 5-2 now. He was favored just a second ago, Mr. Freeze. He's a talented horse. There's no doubt about it. We saw him last year finish second to Tom's d'Etat in the Hagyard Fayette Stakes and beaten just 4 1/4 lengths. Off of that, ran a good race to Tom's d'Etat in the Grade 1 Clark, then was second in the Pegasus World Cup Invitational before picking up a victory in the Gulfstream Park Mile. Gabby, I wonder if things were, I don't want to say derailed off of that, because he was supposed to go to Dubai. The plan was to go and run in the Godolphin Mile, being that one-turn race. But obviously that race never happened with the cancellation of World Cup night this year. He needs to get back on track. And I just wonder, is he as effective, in your opinion, I'm going to throw this at you, at a mile and an eighth as he has been in the past when he's going the one-turn miles?
So you're asking if he's more effective at 9 furlongs than he is at a one-turn mile?
Exactly. Well, do you think he can be as effective?
Yeah, I do. I just think he's been a little bit outclassed, Scott, is what it boils down to. I just don't know if he's as good as By My Standards and Owendale and Vekoma. So, yeah, I mean, he is a threat, and obviously the betting public thinks he's a threat. I did not use him in the top 3 just because it was such a slow pace last time out. And he made the lead and then faded. I just don't know what to make of that performance. And then what is he going to do with Dale Romans going to do with regard to the one Coastal Defense on the rail? So there are a couple of question marks. So instead, I go to a horse that will offer a nice price at 7-1, the 2 Captivating Moon. Again, Flavien Prat does pick up the mount here for trainer Chris Block. I know he was the beaten favorite last time out, but I actually thought it was a really good performance. He closed from off of the pace. He was beaten ahead by Craft Daddy, who I think is better on the turf and probably better at the mile, at the one-turn mile at Churchill Downs. This horse is just better going longer. And when you look at the races that he ran in, he is not that far off of some of the top contenders in this race. He finished second to By My Standards and the Grade 2 down at Fairgrounds. Even before that, Silver Dust, he ran fourth to him, beaten just over 2 lengths in that particular race. Silver Dust is pointed for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So he is not far off some of the most competitive horses in this division. and he's going to be a very nice price. So I did opt for him. But the 10 Aurelius Maximus, he really could be anything. I was just surprised that the Beyer speed figure came up a little bit on the lower side last time out, of 86 Beyer, whereas he ran a 99 Beyer the start prior to that. His last race, it seems like he found a second wind coming down the stretch when Bodie Express was going to kind of pressure him. And to be honest, Bodie Express is kind of a Jekyll and Hyde type of horse. It's all about the gate break. And I thought it was one of his best performances. And he's a good horse, and he absolutely turned him away. So maybe Aurelius Maximus can step up to the plate. He kind of seems like he is one of those up-and-comers in this race. And I mentioned it earlier, Steve Asmussen, both here and New York, everywhere. He's been having a really good day with Jackie's Warrior winning today, and then earlier with Nashville getting the impressive victory. So we'll see if he can continue the good day with Aurelius Maximus. And then the one, Coastal Defense for trainer Dale Romans. Again, he went wire to wire last time out, and it was a pretty slow pace. What is he going to do from the rail, especially with the presence of Mr. Freeze? I think there's faster to his outside, so he's going to have to prove that he can effectively rate and get covered up and work out a trip from that rail post. But I do think that he is an improving 4-year-old colt by Curlin, and the one, Coastal Defense, will be the third selection at 8-1. But right now, the betting public on the 10, Aurelius Maximus, at 2-1, as this is race 8, the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 63rd running of the Hagyard Fayette Stakes for 3-year-olds and up, a Grade 2 at 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Double and pick three wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Carryover for the jackpot super high five of $48,285. Scratch the 8 tax. Number 8 is scratched. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Captivating Moon, Flavian Pratt. Flavian Pratt, the jockey for number 2, Captivating Moon. 7 minutes to post. Now the post parade for the Hagyard Fayette. One is Coastal Defense, owned by Albaugh Family Stables of Dennis Albaugh, owned also by the Helen K. Groves Revocable Trust, trained by Dale Romans. Joe Talamo is up. 2, Captivating Moon, owned by the Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Chris Block, Flavian Pratt to ride. 3, Crafty Daddy, owned by Lucky 7 Stable of Michael J. Mackin, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. On the screen is number 5, Title Ready, owned by Charles Fipke, trained by Dallas Stewart. The jockey is Corey Lannery. 6, Mr. Freeze, owned by Jim Bakke and Gerald Isbister, trained by Dale Romans. Javier Castellano to ride. 7, Rated R Superstar, owned by Crystal Racing Enterprises of Raul Bajena, owned also by Contreras Stable Incorporated of Cipriano Contreras, trained by Cipriano Contreras. Martin Garcia is the jockey. 8 is scratched. 9 is Mimosa, owned by Perry and Denise Martin, trained by Mike Maker, Florent Giroux, the jockey. 10, Aurelius Maximus, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, owned also by George Bolton and Peter Lydell. Steve Asmussen trains. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. And here's 4, Mirinyake, owned by Parque Patricios Racing Stables of trainer Maria Munoz. Gerardo Corrales is the jockey. Post time in 5 minutes.
Closing in on post time for the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette Stakes, 5 minutes away from this event, and we'll start with the number 6 horse, Mr. Freeze, the Keeneland graduate who's made over $1.4 million in his 15-race career, looking for that 6th victory and his first win since the one-turn mile at Gulfstream Park. And that Gulfstream Park Grade 2 event, Gulfstream Park Mile, was the victory there in setting the pace. We'll see what he's able to do here today. I mean, this is going to be a big tell on what the future holds for Mr. Freeze, especially here during his 5-year-old season, whether they press on to a bigger race on down the line. Even could look at a race like the Cigar Mile, back to a one-turn mile, that Grade 1 event, if he's able to put together a strong effort. Here, obviously, the Breeders' Cup would have to be on the table for the millionaire Mr. Freeze if he's able to pull off a big performance here in the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette Stakes. The number 7 horse, Rated R Superstar, this 7-year-old looks good. He's making his 44th career start. He does have a victory here at Keeneland, and that was a few years back in this Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette Stakes. And Cipriano Contreras actually claimed this horse many starts ago and has done some good with him. Going back to last year, made over $272,000. He's a horse, when he won the Fayette Stakes, he closed from off the pace. He showed some speed in his last race in a relatively slowly run race at 1.5 miles. So I would expect him to be trying to close again as he has in the past. He's a big number, 35-1 right now on the tote board. And then Aurelius Maximus, good-looking colt. All the Asmussen horses are just so well turned out. Colt by Pioneer the Nile. The team is here of Stone Street Stables. George Bolton, partial owner of this colt as well. We'll see if he can take that next step forward and keep the momentum going for Steve Asmussen, who's had, as Gabby mentioned, quite a day on this Saturday with Nashville and Jackie's Warrior, looking like he's stamped himself as the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile in a month right here at Keeneland, off of his win in the Grade 1 Champagne. It's a competitive field. Will we see one or two of these horses end up in the Breeders' Cup, whether it be Dirt Mile or Breeders' Cup Classic? sure could have that type of feel when you look at the horses in here. And if we get a strong performance, certainly a race over the course would sway that decision by the conditioners if they are able to win this race and go on to the Breeders' Cup. 3 minutes to post before the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 63rd running of the Hagyard Fayette. Grade 2 stakes for 3 and up at 9 furlongs on the main track. They are at the post. Ready for a start. They're off in the Hagyard Fayette Stakes. There goes Mo Mosa being sent from the outside for the early lead. Coastal Defense is there toward the inside. Aurelius Maximus comes away running in third. Crafty Daddy is fourth in between horses. Mr. Freeze caught to the far outside in fifth. As that field sweeps into the first turn, Mo Mosa clears with the lead. Mo Mosa to the front, gets over to the rail, leads Aurelius Maximus by a length and a half. Coastal Defense goes third to the inside. Mr. Freeze fourth up on the outside. Crafty Daddy is fifth. Title Ready is sixth onto the backstretch. Captivating Moon is in seventh. Rated R Superstar eighth. Mirinyake is last of the nine. 24 seconds flat. The time for the opening quarter. Momosa is the leader. Momosa in front 3/4 of a length. Aurelius Maximus second by a half length. And then Mr. Freeze in third. Here's Crafty Daddy being sent up from between horses, 3 lanes off the rail, up to challenge for the lead. Now the front 4 in a line. Coastal Defense is fifth. Title Ready is in sixth. Captivating Moon, Rated R Superstar, Marignake last, 49.06 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Mosa has the lead around the far turn, and Crafty Daddy is there in between horses, and Mr. Freeze is there on the outside. Mr. Freeze moves up, puts ahead in front. Aurelius Maximus got shuffled back, lost a couple of spots, now tries to rally back up into third. Still 4 lengths off the lead, though, as they turn for home. Mr. Freeze, top of the stretch, has opened up on a 3-length lead. Aurelius Maximus has his sights set on him and is coming after the leader from second. Gap of 3 more back to Title Ready in third. Final furlong of the Hagyard Fayette. Aurelius Maximus starts to draw alongside of Mr. Freeze, who's stubborn with the lead. Coastal Defense goes to third. Title Ready is fourth. Mr. Freeze fighting on. Aurelius Maximus still trying, then Title Ready. Down to the line. Mr. Freeze, what a performance to win the Hagyard Fayette Stakes for Javier Castellano.
That's right, Kurt Becker. What a performance we just saw from Mr. Freeze. He didn't really get the right kind of trip today. I mean, he was pretty wide going into the first turn. He was wide pretty much all the way around there. But this horse just absolutely threw it down and showed so much heart today. You can see in the final couple of strides, the number 10, Aurelius Maximus, who had a treble trip himself, was trying mightily but couldn't get past a very game Mr. Freeze. Congratulations to the connections. Trainer Dale Romans and Javier Castellano take the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Photo finish.
I said it again.
Come over here, Scott. You're going to turn to your right. Your right a little bit. There you go. Here we go, Dale.
The Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette goes to Mr. Freeze. He was second last year, won better this year. The Keeneland graduate does it. What was the difference in this race versus his last race where he just didn't have anything left at the end?
You know, he used a lot of horse at last race, and he had a couple little excuses coming out of that race, and he got over them real quick. And today he ran like his old self. I mean, that was a rough trip for him. I wasn't expecting him to be 4 wide on both turns and stalking horses, but he showed what a good horse he really is.
Is the Breeders' Cup on the table?
We're going to have to talk about it. I don't know, maybe. We talked about the mile before, but I don't know. We'll have to just talk about everything. Everything's on the table.
Classic mile, all on the table come Breeders' Cup?
Yep, everything's there.
Is he good on this or better on this track, you think?
I don't know. This horse is good on anything. A good horse run on anything. It doesn't matter what it is. And he's a good horse.
Well, congratulations. Job well done.
Thank you, bud.
Trainer Dale Romans, Mr. Freeze, taking the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette Stakes, the Keeneland graduate.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 6, Mr. Freeze was first. 10, Aurelius Maximus second. 5, Title Ready third. 1, Coastal Defense fourth. And 2, Captivating Moon fifth. 6, 10, 5, 1, 2. Unofficial. Keeneland's 8th race, the 63rd running of the Hagyard Fayette Stakes, Grade 2. Number 6, Mr. Freeze, owned by Jim Bakke and Gerald Isbister, trained by Dale Romans. Javier Castellano rides Mr. Freeze, who is now the official winner. Mr. Freeze, a 5-year-old son of To Honor and Serve out of Heavenly Cat by Tabasco Cat, bred in Kentucky by Sienna Farms, LLC. The Keeneland September graduate gets 9 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 50.71 seconds. Results are official, 6:10.512, official for Keeneland's 8th. Now the trophy presentation. Dr. Luke Fallon, representing Hagyard Equine Medical Institute, presents the trophy for the Hagyard Fayette to the connections of Mr. Freeze. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the featured Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. The turf listed good, temporary rail down today. Scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 3, Antoinette, and scratch 5, Lucky Betty. A reminder, the jockey for the 6 Hendy Woods, Declan Carroll. 6 Hendy Woods, Declan Carroll is the jockey. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $51,125. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race, scratch part of entry 1A Derby Model. Part of entry 1A Derby Model scratched.
Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? At Dixiana Farms, we stand by a simple principle: better for the horse. We let them roam free like nature intended, and when ready, we unleash them on the track.
It's in the post, has to lead by a length. It's in the post to win it.
Dixiana Farms, where quality lives.
"16 minutes away from the Grade 1 featured event of the afternoon, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes, presented by Dixiana, straight 3-year-old fillies, Grade 1 opportunity on the good-listed turf course at 1 mile and 1/8. Michelin is 9-1 right now, this daughter of Bernardini from the stakes-winning First Stamp Panty Raid, a Godolphin homebred who has won 4 of 11, has made nearly $500,000 in her career, and boy, did she come on in the Dueling Ground Oaks last time out, coming down that lengthy stretch at Kentucky Downs to pick up the victory. Florent Giroux is going to have to start riding her certainly around the turn to improve that position, given the fact that he doesn't have the same sort of stretch to work with, but she's a filly that has displayed quite a bit of talent over the course of her career, and Mike Stidham knows how to get him ready for this race. He won this race with Her Eminency just a few years back in the QE2 Grade 1 event. Florent Giroux, Michelin, 9-1, my top play here in this Grade 1. Then the favorite is my second choice, Magic Attitude. We'll see if cutting back to 1 mile and 1/8 is going to be a detriment or maybe even move forward. She was such an impressive winner at 1 mile and 1/4 going in the Belmont Oaks last time out, beating Antoinette, who is scratched out of this race. But this filly faced off against some of the top 3-year-old fillies in Europe, especially in the Prix de Diane at Chantilly back on the 5th of July when that was taken by Fancy Blue. This filly was Grade 1 placed back in June at Chantilly as well, displaying talent on firm, on soft. It really doesn't seem to matter for this daughter of Galileo as she gets ready to attempt a Grade 1 here in the United States. 6-5 makes sense. I'm not shocked at all with her being the favorite and this short of a price. And then finally, the number 9 horse, Red Lark. She's 7-1. I am a bit surprised that she is a shorter price than that of Michelin as she comes in from Southern California. This is a deeper group than what she faced off against undoubtedly in any of her races in Southern California, even that Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks in which she won at 19-1. We'll see how she handles the given the ground here today. She's seen firm in Southern California, up in Northern California running on synthetic. And Gabby, she did run over yielding in good ground in Ireland, not getting that kind of ground here today, but those were sprints. And obviously this filly has come on and been a much better filly in routing. So 7-4-9 in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana.
Well, Scott, my focus goes to the number 2, Sweet Melania, here for trainer Todd Pletcher. It was last year around this time that she was so impressive in the Grade 2 Jessamine. Now, I'll be honest, I thought we would have more rain throughout the afternoon, and I thought the turf might have been a little bit softer. That hasn't been the case this afternoon, but still, she clearly likes this course here at Keeneland. She was one of the most impressive race performances of that fall meet last year, in my opinion. She would go on to compete in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She finished 3rd to Sharing, who has been in very good form this year. Now, in the comeback, her 2 races, both in June and in August at Saratoga and Belmont, respectively, the Wonder Again was a good performance for her. She beat Antoinette in there, who I thought would be a contender if she did not scratch out of this race. Her last race in the Lake George, I know she was the beaten favorite, but it was a tough beat. She did most of the dirty work in that particular race, and I do think that she can step forward from there. And with some of the scratches, there might be a situation where she's on the lead today. She gets an inside post position, and I'm not sure if anybody can run with her at this distance. And mind you, she does stretch out to the 1 mile and 1/8, where she has been forwardly placed at the flat mile in her most recent events. So I did think that she had a little bit of a tactical edge here. I respect the 4 Magic Attitude. You have to, not only because of her accomplishments and her performances against quality Group 1 competition in France, but also her win in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks last time out. She was sat off of the pace under Javier Castellano, and she completely circled the field and went on to win easily. She's got a nice, long, loping stride. You have to love everything about her. I just wonder if she's going to be as effective at this distance versus the 1.25 miles, but there's no doubt about her talent. And a fun little fact here, too, she's a full sister to Mission Impassable, who actually finished second to Rushing Fall back in the 2018 QE2. So a little pedigree note there for the 4 Magic Attitude. And then finally, the number 1, Harvey's Little Goyle. I think she can turn the tables on Michelin here at Keeneland at this distance. I think 1 5/16 miles might have been a little bit too far for her, but I think this is a much better distance, as she did win the Grade 3 Regret at the 9 furlongs at Churchill Downs. So for me, it's going to be 2-4-1, but do respect the favorite in the 4 Magic Attitude, as Javier Castellano hopes to sweep the graded stakes races here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured night, 37th running of the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. 3-year-old fillies at 9 furlongs, 1 1/8 over the turf, listed good. Rail is down today. Scratch 3, Antoinette. Scratch 5, Lucky Betty. Declan Carroll rides 6, Hindi Woods. Carry over $51,000 for the Super High 5 jackpot. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time at 7 minutes. Now the post parade for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. One is Harvey's Lil Goyle, owned by the estate of Harvey Clark of Donna Clark, owned also by Paul Braverman, trained by Bill Mott. Martine Garcia is up. 2, Sweet Melania, owned by Robert and Lawana Lowe, trained by Todd Pletcher. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. 3 is Scratched. 4 is Magic Attitude, owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Arnaud Delacour. Javier Castellano to ride. 5 is Scratched. 6 will be Hindi Woods, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Mark Cassie. Jockey is Declan Carroll. 7, Micheline, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Michael Stidham. The jockey, Florent Charoux. 8, California Kook, owned by Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, owned also by Gary Barber, trained by Peter Miller, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. And 9, Red Lark, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Patrick Gallagher, Drayden Van Dyke, is the jockey. Post time for the feature, 6 minutes away.
What a good-looking group of fillies here getting set for the Grade 1 challenge of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes. And watching the number 2 horse, Sweet Melania, come out onto the track, boy, did she have a nice walk with her going through the post parade. I don't know that I've ever said that about a horse in watching them come out onto the racetrack, but she just really stood out. She was very fluid. She's fluid in the way that she's moving right now. 7-2 on the return to Keeneland off of her impressive win last year at the age of 2 in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. We'll see how she does as she's run some good races up in New York at the age of 3 in her last couple of starts. The number 6 horse also looked well out there. That is Hendy Woods, the daughter of Uncle Mo for Marcassi and Stone Street Stables. A nice pedigree on this daughter of Uncle Mo from the stakes-winning First Dam Separate Forest. Recently second in the Grade 2 Edgewood at Churchill Downs. She has taken to the turf that has given it in the past. And a big opportunity here for young Declan Carroll in this Grade 1. Good luck to him. Safe journey. 10-1 right now on Handy Woods. And then Micheline, she's been acting up just slightly. She's not anything over the top by any means, but she was feeling good coming out just as she passed by us here going the wrong way in her warm-up, just more paying attention to the pony than anything. You can see what I'm talking about right there, kind of bucking and playing a bit as Florent Giroux has her in hand in this warm-up. She's 8-1. She continues to be a big price off of that big performance in the Dueling Ground Oaks at Kentucky Downs exactly 1 month ago. It's the Grade 1 feature, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes for these straight 3-year-old fillies, and it's presented by Dixiana.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured ninth, the 37th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Grade 1. Moving into line. They are at the post. And they're off in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Sweet Melania is away in good order. Handy Woods is right there in the opening strides. Harvey's Little Goyle down toward the inside. And here's Micheline moving forward as well. Now Harvey's Little Goyle is starting to move up to the outside alongside of Sweet Melania, who has the lead, though, by 3/4 of a length. Harvey's Little Goyle goes second by just over 2. Handy Woods settles down to the inside in the third position. Micheline is fourth on her outside. Then a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to California Kook. Magic Attitude, Red Lark is at the back. The opening quarter went in 23.89 seconds. Sweet Melania, the leader. Sweet Melania leads it by almost a full length off the first turn up the backstretch. Harvey's Little Goyle goes second by 2. Handy Woods is third and neck. Micheline fourth on her outside. A break of 4 more lengths back to California Kook just outside of Magic Attitude. Red Lark is last, running 7 lengths from the lead. Opening half mile went in 47.75 seconds. Sweet Melania still has the advantage here by a half length. Harvey's Lil Goyle is second by a length and a half. Now Micheline from the outside and Handy Woods to the inside, starting to close in on those top 2. California Kook, then Magic Attitude, and Magic Attitude is against the rail, 5 lengths off the lead, 2 more back to Red Lark as they round the far turn. Sweet Melania, Harvey's Little Goyle go 1-2 at the quarter pole, separated by a half length. Magic Attitude starting to gear up off the far turn from third, but still 3 lengths away here, coming to the 8th pole. Harvey's Lil Goyle has the lead into the final furlong. Here's Magic Attitude in second. Red Lark is running late third. Micheline is fourth. Harvey's Little Goyle. Red Lark to the inside. Magic Attitude, then Micheline. Harvey's Little Goyle in front. Down to the line. Harvey's Little Goyle. Martin Garcia win the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana.
Defeated at Kentucky Downs, but not today, as she takes the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes with Martine Garcia. This, the daughter of American Pharoah, now a Grade 1 winner.
Scott, this was a sensational ride by Martin Garcia. He did not let Sweet Melania get out there on the front end. That's kind of how the race figured to play out. He didn't let that happen. He was aggressive with this filly, and it absolutely paid off. This was impressive. And, Scott, I think it's just the distance. She just loved the cutback in distance today.
A beautiful performance for the daughter of American Pharoah out of the Tappet mare Gloria S. Harvey's Little Goyle, too much for him here at 7-2.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race: 1 Harvey's Lil Goyle was first, 7 Micheline was second, 4 Magic Attitude third, 9 Red Lark was fourth, and 8 California Kook was fifth. 17498 unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's featured ninth, 17498. The official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 37th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, Grade 1, number 1 Harvey's Lil Goyle. Owned by the estate of Harvey Clark of Donna Clark, owned also by Paul Braverman, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Martin Garcia. Harvey's Lil Goyle, 3-year-old daughter of American Pharaoh, out of Gloria S. by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by the late Harvey Clark, who also bred I'll Have Another, this filly's mother Gloria S., a half-sister to that dual classic winning champion. Trophy presentation upcoming for race 9. The time, 1 minute, 48.72 seconds for 9 furlongs over the turf listed good. Now the trophy presentation for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Bill and Donna Shively present the trophy to the connections of Harvey's Lil Goyle. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. A reminder, scratch part of entry 1A Derby model. Part of entry 1A Derby model is scratched. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $54,674. Main track fast.
Harvey's Little Goyle, a Grade 1 winner, taking the Queen Elizabeth Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana and Martin Garcia, with a heck of a ride with this filly. How key was it to be able to keep up with Sweet Melania and not let her get loose out on the front end?
Well, she have really, natural speed. She's fast. You can do whatever she want. And then, I'm glad that breaking, I move outside, and she was really comfortable by herself. And I just keep it like that. When it was time to go, I asked, and she just responded, and that's it.
It was a beautiful ride. Job well done, Martine. Grade 1 win here at Keeneland Racehorse. Kenny McCarthy representing the Bilmont operation. Did you have this sort of expectation that she'd run as big as she did coming into today?
I think we were pretty confident with her. I know she had run a super race for us down at Kentucky Downs last out, and it trained really well in between. So, we were pretty confident coming here.
Is 1 1/8 about the sweet spot for her, given the speed that she has?
I would think so. Obviously you could think maybe she'd go a little bit further at some stage, but certainly that distance seems to be right up her alley at night now.
And how versatile is she from turf to dirt and everything that we see from her?
She's a little superstar, She pretty much goes on each surface for us, and I think probably, for at least in my mind, I think the turf is probably a little bit easier for her to handle, but she's a superstar.
This is a Grade 1 against straight 3-year-old fillies. Any reason to believe that we could see her come back here for the Breeders' Cup or another race this year?
I know I read a comment that Mr. Mott was not ruling anything out, so okay. I'll leave it at that. So
congratulations.
Thank you.
Harvey's Little Goyle, just too much for him here in the Grade 1 QE2 Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. 10th and final on this Saturday card, 13 minutes from right now, and we'll end the card with maiden 2-year-olds in for the $40,000 claiming tag. 6 furlongs the distance. Scratch out the 1A. The rest will go. The 3 Copley is the favorite and my top selection, the son of Air Force Blue, who was the favorite in his debut behind some very nice horses up in Canada, ready to repeat. And then our Grade 1 winner, Gretzky the Great, who will be competing in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. He was favored over them. He was part of the pace. He ended up finishing 5th. Then Wesley brought him to Churchill Downs, ran him a month ago, just over a month ago, on the dirt, and was beaten by some good runners there in Essential Quality, who we saw come back and win the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. So the class relief is the biggest aspect of this gelding's opportunity here today. A new gelding as well, son of Air Force Blue. We've seen Air Force Blue from this first crop have nice runners on both turf and dirt. Watch out for him on the drop in class. That's the biggest angle with this gelding here at odds of 2-1. The number 2 horse, Love My Jimmy, 5-1 for Bill Morey. This is a colt that you've got to view this as a jump up in class. I know he ran into maiden special weight last time out, but the purse is $14,000. He's running for $24,000 here today. A confident move from a good barn that's very good at spotting the horses in the right positions. And this colt by Tapiture showed good speed that day. Look for him to improve. You've got Corey Lannery in the saddle, 5-1 on this Keeneland graduate from 2019 at the September sale is my second choice. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Escape Route for Wayne Catalano and Gary and Mary West, a colt by Hardspun, who's coming in with a good gate workout. Cat set out some nice horses in these nightcaps and came near winning the last 2 nightcaps here at Keeneland Racecourse. I think he's got an opportunity to get back into the winner's circle in the final race here today with this colt, as they're not messing around. I've said this before, Gabby, with Wayne Catalano and the Gary and Mary West runners. He puts them where they need to be. A lot of the horses that they breed, they buy, they're expected to do bigger things. It's a big operation. But when Cat brings them over, he does not mess around. He puts them in places to win, and that's where this colt is at. He's in for 40 here today, and he looks like he's got a big chance to spring a mild upset.
He does. He's one of many, Scott. I thought that this was a pretty tough race. I ultimately did land on the number 9, Etu Babu, as my top selection. He is 8-1 on the board right now. First-time starter coming out of the Eddie Keneally barn. I just like this horse's pedigree. It seems like he's got a pretty quick, precocious pedigree. He's a 2-year-old son of Speightster out of the Tabasco cat mare Etouffee. Eddie Keneally, he does pretty well with maiden claiming debuters, just about 16% and a positive ROI of $2.26. And this horse looks fit in the paddock for his debut. He picks up the likes of jockey Joe Talamo for owners Susan and Jim Hill. The number 5 Outlier, he really does look the part here in the paddock for Steve Asmussen, and he does take a big drop in class. You see some of the horses that he ran against at Saratoga, including Reinvestment Risk, who just earlier finished second to Jackie's Warrior in the Grade 1 Champagne. So yeah, he's definitely getting a big class relief, this 2-year-old son of Not This Time. And then finally, the number 1 Hillbilly, second-time starter for trainer Mike Maker. And he goes from the turf to the dirt here today and does drop in class. So I think this horse hopefully will show more speed from the rail. He was pretty much a non-factor last time out, but everything could change with the surface change, as this is another son of Not This Time. So a couple of Not This Times foals here in the paddock, but I did land on the number 1 Hillbilly as the third selection. So 9-5-1 here as we are 9 minutes out from today's nightcap.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, maiden claiming race for 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs over the fast main track, $40,000 claiming price. Scratch part of entry 1A Derby Model. Part of entry 1A Derby Model is scratched. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $54,674. Post time 7 minutes. The nightcap coming up.
Just 5 minutes away from the 10th and final here at Keeneland for this Saturday, October 10th card. And taking a look at the one-horse Hillbilly, a colt by not this time for trainer Mike Maker. He was debuted at Kentucky Downs, really never got involved in that race, drawing the rail. But looking at him warm up and just referencing his pedigree, not this time has been one of the sensations as far as first-crop stallions here in 2020 with this group of 2-year-olds. So you've got to respect, Gabby, this horse just simply moving over to the dirt could wake him up. And again, Gaffleone Maker is another reason to think that this colt might be able to pull off a bit of an upset.
Yeah, you kind of get the feeling that he might be a bit quicker out of the gates today. He was a non-factor first time out, as you said, but he looks like a racy individual on track here today, and he's getting a good warm-up under Tyler. So I think expect a much sharper break today.
The 3 was sharp when he came out in the post-parade. Let's see what he looks like. He's now just walking with the pony, but that is the favorite for Wesley Ward, the Keeneland graduate that was favored in that Gretzky the Great maiden race at Woodbine. But he's a horse that looks good. He looks fit. Certainly he should be with 2 races under his belt here at the age of 2 thus far.
Yeah, and you look at the races that he's running, Scott. I mean, this is a big class relief. Even Essential Quality last time out, who looks like a very talented horse for trainer Brad Cox. So, yeah, he definitely is very logical in the spot at 2-1.
And then finally, here in this conversation, we'll go to the number 8 horse, Escape Route, in the pink saddlecloth, a colt by Hardspun that gets the opportunity here to debut, and he's going to pick up his warm-up a bit. Another good looker, he is 72 to... I'm looking at Kick Some Tail, excuse me. That's Kick Some Tail, the post-draw throwing me off with the entry. But Kick Some Tail for Jinx Fires off of a 1 start. We'll see if he's able to pull off a big upset here at the biggest number on the board at 72 to 1. So 4 minutes away from the 10th and final here at Keeneland. Best of luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race.
Definitely going to need him on this one.
They are at the post. They're off. There goes Copley outrunning for the early lead. Here's Love My Jimmy right there to the inside. Love My Jimmy moves up, puts ahead in front. Copley right alongside in second, a length and a half. Outlier comes away running in third position. Critical Threat fourth between horses. Hillbilly close up fifth down toward the inside. Gap of 2 more lengths then to Escape Route, who travels in sixth. Break of just over 3 more. Now 4 more lengths back to Kick Some Tail, followed by a Two Babu Bo Book on the outside. Assumption is last for the move into the far turn. Copley, the leader, 22.66 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Copley to the outside, leads it by just a neck. Here comes Outlier to the far outside. Love My Jimmy still there down toward the inside. Top 3 separated by a half length. Escape Route has to go to the center of the track in fourth. They're at the top of the stretch now. Critical Threat is in between horses, looking for more running room behind horses in fifth. Here comes Escape Route wide off the far turn. Critical Threat needs room. Outlier's taking the lead in the meantime. Let's see what the other two can do in the final furlong, trying to chase him down. Outlier leads it by 2. Here's Critical Threat in second, and Escape Route is still third. A final try from Critical Threat, who comes charging after Outlier. Outlier, Critical Threat pokes ahead in front. Critical Threat down to the line. Critical Threat, Martin Garcia to win it. Outlier home second, Escape Route third, close for fourth, Love My Jimmy or Copley for that fourth spot.
There are a lot of theories in this game of thoroughbred racing and angles, and one of them that we've heard many times in the past: bet the jockey who's won the feature in the nightcap if they're hanging around to get that victory, and that's exactly what happened here. Martin Garcia takes the late double and does it with Critical Threat for Pocket Aces Racing.
Yeah, riding that momentum into the finale here today, but he definitely had the horse to get him to the finish line. Congratulations to Brendan Walsh. Critical Threat gets the job done. in his first start.
At a huge price, 29-1 on this colt by Emshawish.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 4, Critical Threat finished first. 5, Outlier was second. 7, Escape Route was third. 2, Love My Jimmy was fourth. And 3, Copley was fifth. 4, 5, 7, 2, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the unofficial winner for Critical Threat, owned by Pocket Aces Racing LLC of Mark Wampler and Jared Shoemaker. Brendan Walsh, the trainer. Martin Garcia, back-to-back to close the card. Critical Threat, a 2-year-old son of Emshawish out of My Town by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Lots Creek Farms LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.52 seconds. Race 10, results official. 4, 5, 7, 2, 3. The official results for Keeneland's 10th race. No perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today at Keeneland. There is a consolation 5 of 6. There's a carryover of $34,998 for tomorrow's card. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And the Super High 5 jackpot will have a carryover for tomorrow of $58,378. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, we ask that you please do so at this time, and we thank you. Now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Dixiana, and for Hagyard Equine Medical Institute, thank you and good evening.
That's a wrap on this big Saturday card, and we got lucky. Forecast was rain all afternoon. We barely got any on this Saturday, which was highlighted by some top performances, and the Grade 1 QE2 Challenge Cup Stakes was the featured event. We also saw a breakout performance. Remember this name. Colt by the name of Nashville absolutely blew the doors off on a group going 6 furlongs on the dirt. There he is doing it in style. Could we see him come Malibu time at Santa Anita? Would seem like a likely fit as far as that Grade 1 is concerned. Mr. Freeze got back into top form in the Hagyard Fayette Stakes, and Harvey's Little Goyle, under a sensational ride from Martin Garcia, pulls off the Grade 1 victory in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth Cup Challenge Series Stakes presented by Dixiana. We'll be back at it again tomorrow for the Sunday card. Hopefully the rain stays away as we'll get underway at 1:05 Eastern Time.